Hey team, sorry for the delay. YouTube was lagging for some reason. Got stuck on preparing stream for about 10-15 minutes there, so we got there in the end. Thank you everyone for waiting out, jumping on the live call. We've got a good session planned for tonight. We're going to get some live trades going. Going to be trading a few different prop firm accounts and challenges. We're going to be looking at some bit funded opportunities in the market. So we're going to be looking at some crypto stuff, and we're also going to take a look at some CME futures as well. On Tuesday, the market was a little bit slow, being the Lunday sessions. So unfortunately, we didn't manage to get any entries on the live call. Market was usually a little bit slow during London sessions, but we're also building up to a major news event on Tuesday night as well. We also have the same tonight. We've got another news event coming up. So ideally, I don't want to be holding long-term positions through the night, building up to those news events. So without further ado, let's crack on. Can everyone hear me okay? Mic's not too loud. All right, let's rock and roll. Let's get some background audio going. Yeah, it might just be my terrible mic that's got the echo, but that's fine. Let's get a little bit of a background music going. Let me know if the music's too loud in the background as well. Is that music too loud for you guys? Or YouTube as well? There's always a bit of a lag in the chat. Alright, let's have a look at a little quieter. How's that? Is that better? Now go up. Oh, I can't find the ballots. It's because there's that lag in the chat, eh? I can't keep up with you guys. That's good. Beautiful. All right, let's crack on. So what I'm going to look at first off is I'm going to look at some small time frame setups on the CME futures here. So I've got a couple of Tradeovate accounts, evals that I'm trading at the moment. Let's see if I can just bring up my Tradeovate accounts. Where are we? So I've got multiple 50k funded evals here with Tradeovate. I started these on Wednesday. The profit target for these accounts is $3,000 before you can get to funded. And you can see we're about halfway on most of these already, only a couple of days into it. So we got a little bit of a buffer going on. This one here was only about $400 profit on that one. But yeah, most of these were about halfway through with our profit, which is really, really good. The key thing to note with these Apex accounts is they are legacy accounts. So with the legacy accounts, there's intraday drawdown. And with the intraday drawdown, like, we don't really want to be leaving big positions on over large time frames, because what will happen is you go to set a position, let's say like a sell order, and if it's got like quite a big range on it, and let's say I start going into $2,000 profit, get pretty close to my take profit, and then it starts to reverse, it could come all the way back and not even hit my stop loss and still breach the account, because the drawdown is a trailing, so it moves with whatever the highest point price point is of that account. So not ideal or most favorable conditions when it comes to trading prop firms, unfortunately. End of day drawdown is always best. You're just a lot safer that way. So intraday drawdowns do require a little bit more sort of risk management from your side. But one thing I'll be looking at now, looking at the higher time frame setups just to sort of see what's going on. We can see we got a little bit of a double top formation here. Let's get rid of that, we don't need that. Oops, wrong one. A double top formation there, bounced off the 618, nice wick to the downside, so price is trying to push back up. We might try recapture some of this wick, but I will be watching very, very closely for signs of rejection at this level. That's the ideal entry anyway. Price is starting to push up throughout the day through the Asia session. We'll just come down to the smaller time frames now to just see if we can see any early warning signs for exhaustion. We might be able to catch a potential short setup on the lower time frames. So we've got a bit of absorption there, no real divergence coming through. CVD looks quite positive for now. The other thing I want to do actually is I want to get my get starter and add it to my indicator. So I'm just injecting the relevant pine key for the trading session, as these update usually per session, and it gives me some nice gamma levels to sort of work off as well. So volatility started to kick in now with the London session. You can see price is starting to move quite significantly, no real clear market direction. And the other thing I want to look at is I want to check some volume profile in there. So this will give me the session profile, and we're currently bouncing off of the POC, and we can see that the upper band aligns with the value area high, and then we've also got a bit of a resistance level there as well. So we are seeing signs of a rejection starting to come through, a little bit of a weakness. Lower band there. What's that high time frame look like on the 4 hour actually? Yeah, see on the 4 hour we got that nice evening star formation. Potentially a double top starting to form here on the higher time frame. So that's where my overall bias is lying at the moment. Now it's just about trying to find a good entry opportunity on the lower time frames. Lower there. Yeah, so we're still bouncing off of a pretty key level here. I don't really want to be necessarily going long. because we are bouncing off of that POC, we can see we've got our gamma level here that we're also bouncing off of, and we've got a key level of support zone. But because that overall bias is looking like we could potentially come to the downside, I also don't really want to go against it too much. Set an alert down here, and we'll set another one up here, and we'll revisit. Let me know in the chat what assets do you guys want to have a look at. Look at some of these scalp setups. Am I self-taught or did I get a mentorship, brother? Both. So I've invested over many years in multiple different courses with multiple different coaches who all have different strategies and different background experience themselves. And then I've also taken it upon myself to learn certain things. The more I learn about trading, the more I understand that there is so much to learn. Like there are always new strategies and new concepts to understand with the market. And I do think a lot of traders and a lot of mentors do have something valuable to add with their own personal trade styles and their strategy. And as somebody that's trying to learn from them, it's just about being able to understand what they do and sort of cherry pick what they're doing, what works for them, and then try and apply it to my particular trade style, my particular risk tolerance, all of those things. And then, yeah, come up with my own sort of variation strategy from there. So I don't really trade one strict strategy that I always do necessarily. I've got multiple different strategies that I use for different time frames, various different setups that I'll look for. I'm just always looking for the right confirmations to confirm those setups. Let's see, I don't want to be putting 7 contracts on there. Yeah, see, ideally my stop wants to be all the way up here, and if I'm putting 3 contracts on that, that's a little bit above my risk tolerance per trade. Ideally I want to be doing like $250 US on a 50k account for any sort of a stop loss. So the thing you need to realize when you're setting your positions is your stop loss is kind of your non-negotiable, because the amount of times that people will jump into a trade, just FOMO into a position, and then what will happen is price will actually end up hitting their stop loss and then going in the direction that they wanted it to in the first place. And yeah, so your stop loss is your non-negotiable. It kind of has to go where it has to go. So it's all about finding the better entry. Can potentially reduce position size, which would give it more favorable, but I still want to wait for a bit. Man, what is this music? Let me know in the chat, guys, any other assets who we want to take a look at here on the futures. That's looking pretty good now. We are below the see how price reacts at this level. I really don't like shorting into support levels like that. We'll see how it reacts to this POC. Still paper trading at the moment, building my confidence before going funded. Do you have any recommendation on what prop firm to go with for my first funded? It really depends on what you want to trade. Like if you want to trade crypto and want to trade like larger time frames, so you want to do more swing trade setups, then something like Bitfunded is a good option for that. A lot of the crypto firms are better for more day trading and swing trading setups because they have more favorable drawdowns, but the value to entry is a lot more expensive than what you'd find with like a CME futures prop firm. So you're usually paying like anywhere from like 2 to 3 times the price to what you pay for some of these CME futures firms. In terms of payout and speed, Lucid's really good if you want to do CME futures. You can get pretty good prices on 50k evals. Personally, I usually go for the flex accounts because you have a 40% consistency just on the evaluation and then no consistency on the funded phase. $3,000 profit target, I think it's $2,000 drawdown. So you got multiple different options there. When it comes to prop firms though, and actually scaling them, one of the things you want to do is try and diversify as much as possible. You don't want to get hung up on just necessarily one prop firm if your overall goal is to scale your payouts, because at any point those prop firms could go bust, they could stop making money, refusing payouts, you could breach your account. So you always want to diversify with as many accounts as possible, and by doing that you're able to actually reduce the amount of risk per account that you're using. So instead of doing large capital risk on one account, you would essentially spread that risk over multiple accounts. Because realistically speaking, like if you're making say $200 a day with 5 accounts, that's $1,000 US a day. That's good income. So the reason most people go bust is they try to push the profits too hard. Yeah, see, that's not good for the short there because we got the support level right here and this white line here is right VWAP. So it looks to be breaking down on the 1 minute, but if we're going short, we're going straight into a support level, right? Forex and futures. Yeah, you want to go to Forex and futures. Yeah, I'd recommend Lucid. It's probably one of the better ones. Seem to be very popular, more consistent with payouts. The payouts are very quick as well, and the accounts are pretty fairly priced. Apex is another one that I've been using more recently as well. Some other good ones are like Topstep, Tradeify. They're also good ones. My Funded Futures, Funded Next. Let's have a look at some of these other assets. Micros on gold. Now keep in mind I'm not going to be able to use these GEX levels that I've just put in the key phrase for on gold because they'll be different. Yeah, so we're looking very double toppy here for gold. And prices started to get below those bands. I would like it to come back up to retest or break down below. If we can get a retest off that, that would be nice. Hype in the chat, yeah, absolutely, hype up the chat. Hype up the chat. So we got that rejection off the POC. And then also rejecting off the 9 EMA there, which is what we want to see. I would never recommend going all in on any of your fundeds, to be honest. And buy the 150k Pro. I mean, everyone likes to go for the biggest account, right? Because 150 sounds good in theory, but realistically, when you're trading prop firms, you're not actually getting like a 150k account. You're like if your drawdown limit is say $5,000 on a 100k account, you've basically got a $5,000 account with 100x leverage. So they look good on paper, but yeah, you're always constrained by whatever your max drawdown is or your daily loss limit as well. Yeah, so this is looking like it might wanna. It's getting there. See, that's why I don't want to preempt the short there, because we're getting buyer interest at that level, right up our zone, and it's trying to retest that POC on that session here. So we'll just wait. You got to be patient. No use trying to force shit setups. What else we got? Platinum. Oh, nice consolidation from there. That would have been a really good entry off of that manipulation there. Look at that. Let's see. Is that level going to hold though? That was the 1 hour. Fully said, I'm watching a bearish harmonic on NQ1, resistance at 29914, targeting 29384, looking at it going for another test of resistance before back down at this stage. Yeah, see, that's what I was kind of thinking, the same thing. If you look at the 4 hour, we're putting in that kind of double top formation, and what I'm seeing at the moment is we tried to break above this open and close here, and we actually started to reject off of that. So the good entry was up here before the start of the London session. Unfortunately, there would have been a nice opportunity off the 618. At the moment, it's not quite giving me the entry that I'm after. I would like to see it break down and then come back, swing to retest it personally. There's a nice bearish engulfing candle off of that, and we are rejecting off of the POC still. If it's going to start to break here, do it on the 1 minute climatic. That's rejecting off of there. Once it breaks, we'll see if it comes back. Once it hits this value area low, the key thing as well, when you're trading with any sort of prop firm account that's got an intraday trailing drawdown, you kind of got to keep adjusting your stop loss and profit to trail price, especially when you're dealing with big contract sizes. Otherwise you're going to end up wiping your account out pretty easily. Let's see, that comes back up to there. Come back up and grab whatever. There's a nice level here that it's kind of bouncing off in the value area low, but because of the overall sort of bearish sentiment on those higher time frames, I don't really want to be jumping into longs. This needs to come up and get my order though. Where's our geeks levels? Yeah, it's off the bottom of that lower wall as well. You would not believe the amount of times that price retraces up and just misses my order. You'll notice my indicator too gives me sort of preemptive warnings as well. Measures the volume and the absorption, so sometimes give you warnings of like the short setup up here, and not always 100% accurate, so you have to use it with other confirmations to sort of give you a good entry. There we go, we're in the trade now. We'll see how we go. And I'm only wanting to risk like 200 bucks or maybe 250 per trade max, especially on a 50k account, because otherwise you just end up blowing the account really quickly. And then if you can get good setups, like you can recoup those losses fairly quickly on other setups. Let's see what we got on silver. Silver double top as well. We got the higher low, the higher high and the lower highs on the volume and also on the CVD, so good bearish divergence there, and you can see prices started to roll over. Let's draw in a level here. I would like to see, with these types of setups where you've got that expanded flat correction, where you've got the higher high, I would like to see something like this, where it actually comes back and, where's my drawing tool? Where it actually comes back, puts in another high. Those are good setups to look for. There you go, we can actually see our trade now. One of the good things with trading with these CME futures accounts as well is, if you go to, what is it, browser, in here you can actually group your accounts together. So if you want to copy trade your accounts, you can. Yeah, some people like to copy trade their accounts. Preferably, if I'm going to do that, I'll probably do it in batches, like a batch of 3 or a batch of 5. I wouldn't want to copy trade all of my accounts at once, because you're exposing yourself to more risk. It just seems pointless to me to do it that way. You want to diversify and spread your risk as much as possible. You can see we took a little bit of a hit later this afternoon on this account. Got a couple of losses there in a row, but that's alright. We're still in good standing. Most of these accounts are up. can't see the call in Empire for some reason. No, that's because we're running it just on the YouTube stream today, brother. So you won't be able to see the call on Empire. Well, at least we managed to put some trades on today. Tuesday was boring, man. There's nothing going on. Oh, my alert's going off again. Gold. Gold's breaking its level, is it? Yeah, see, I don't want to be chasing entries as price is breaking, right? So if gold does break this level, the next thing I'm looking for is the pullback retracement, catch the next move. So I'll be looking for something like this. I'm not looking to catch moves as they're breaking out, because the optimal entry was either here or it was up here. I'm not looking to chase breakouts or short into support. You thought your phone was playing up because you want a full port. Yeah, full port, you reckon? Chucking the mortgage on it. Now, once this trade starts moving in our favor, usually what I like to do, especially on scalp opportunities, is start bringing your stop loss actually to break even as a minimum. Because now that we've broken this level of support, we broke it initially off the wick, we come back up to retest it. Now that we've fully broken it, the last thing I want to do is round trip the position. Maybe it finds support down here somewhere and decides to come back above this resistance. So at a minimum, once we get a little bit of a range on there, price starts to establish itself, then I'm looking to move my stop to break even. In fact, I can move it to here for now. And we just evaluate the trade as we go. Max short, yeah, just chuck like 10 minis. I don't even think it'll let you do 10 mini contracts actually. See, we got a little bit of a support level here. But price is putting in that big double topping structure, so I think we'll come down and we'll tag this. We'll tag that. I always like to leave my take profits like just shy of support and resistance, because buyers will often try and front run. If they know that there's a key level of support down here and they're looking to go long, they'll often try and front run that because they don't want to miss their entries. So when you're putting your positions on, it's really important that you also understand like retail trader psychology. And it's like, if I'm a retail trader, which I am, where would I be looking to go long, especially for some people that maybe don't have a lot of trading experience and they just know about basic support and resistance? Where are they going to be putting their buy orders? So you want to try and understand retail trader psychology. It's going to give you a better idea on where to position yourself in the market, because we want to move with the market movers, we want to move with the market makers. We don't want to try fight them because we don't have the liquidity to do that. Raz and bucks. Yeah, we're gonna close in profit, okay? We're gonna close in profit. All right. Well, that's moving. We'll put another alert up here just in case it decides to move. Once it tags this low, we'll have another alert there. And while that's moving, I've got some really awful news to share with you all. We were doing the the Bitfunded account on Tuesday, and we're waiting for one of the setups on ENA. So where's ENA? Is it this one? We're waiting on a short setup on ENA that was looking very good. So it come up and tagged our levels up there. And that was what we mapped out on Tuesday, but we didn't get the entry. And I went to map the position out to take it later that night after the news event come out. And you wouldn't believe it, I fat fingered the position, and now we're down to 49,600. So we're $400 down from our starting point. There was 2 positions on that because I closed. Let's go position history. So you can see it fat fingered it as well. And then because I hit it on market, the fees ate me straight away. So it went past my initial risk tolerance, which was about $250 for the trade. But then there was a small position we tagged back on that. So full transparency for you guys. I'll show you all the ups and the downs of the account. We're sitting at about a $400 loss on this account. With this Bitfunded, with these crypto trading accounts, I just realized I'm not even sharing the right screen with you. Here we go. So 49,600, and then you can see the position. So I fat fingered this one and completely stuffed it up when I put the entry on. But because this is a crypto account and we've only got access to 5x leverage, it's not as optimal for scalping setups. It's better for day trading and swing trading setups, but because we've got a news event coming up, I don't want to be really looking to enter into new positions before that. So I don't really want to start opening positions on this just yet until we see what the market's going to do. Just move over to Empire. We've got a few market makers over there. Yeah, just a couple. I think a couple of those market makers are in the chat actually. If you're a market maker, let us know in the chat. Throw some emojis. Pump my bags while you're at it. And notice with my position sizing too, guys, when I'm trading these 50k accounts, like I'm not going stupid swinging for the fences. I'm not trying to make $1,000 per trade. You know, my max drawdown on this account is $2,000. So getting hung up on the support level here. Still below the 9 EMA, which is a good sign. Below the VWAP now as well. I'm just sitting on this 5-minute support zone for now. No comment. Eddie said, scalps suck on Bitfunded. Ask me how I know. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah, don't get me wrong, like those crypto trading prop firms with the likes of Bitfunded are really good. The drawdown conditions are more than favorable. You've got plenty of room to maneuver. And they're optimal for day trading and swing trading. So if that's your strategy, it's really, really good. Just as long as you're aware of what your reset time is for your end of day drawdown, because that's when you want to be reviewing your trades and reevaluating, right? If the market decides to get really volatile when you go into a massive profit, and then your end of day drawdown clocks over and it clocks you at that massive profit, and then the market decides to reverse, well, even though you might not hit your stop loss, you might still hit your daily loss limit or your max loss limit. So you need to be aware of when those end of day drawdowns actually reset for your different accounts. We're just getting hung up on this support level at the moment. Let's have a look at the 15. Yeah, see, a 15-minute time frame shows us down here. We could come back up to test the VWAP on the 15-minute. Just patience. Give the trade a chance to play out. All the market makers. Oh, don't give them away. Don't give all of them away in the chat. Right, let's see if we can find some other. What do you guys want to look at chart wise? Let me know in the chat. Max short. I don't know if I want to go max short. The other thing to note with these Apex eval accounts as well is if you buy the packages that have an activation fee and you pass the evaluation, you've got like a short time window to actually upgrade to a funded account. Otherwise you basically lose the whole thing. They've actually got pretty good deals on at the moment. I think it was like $59 US for a 50k funded account end of day drawdown. I can't remember if there was an activation fee or not. I think there was no activation fee as well. So yeah, that's cheap. Come on now. See where our entry is right on that VWAP. So it's back testing that. Back testing this structure here on the 15. Get our levels back on, see where we're at. Yeah, so we got a bit of resistance just here. I know it'll make this trade go faster. Have we got any brick emojis? Can we paste some brick emojis in the chat? We need to weigh this thing down so that it comes down. What have we got? Should put the hammer down on it. Get down there. Get down there. Oh, it worked. Oh yeah, we got the bricks in the chat. Lovely. There was a couple of these assets I was looking at the other day, actually. This one's interesting. We got the break of structure there. And currently back testing that. That looks pretty good actually. Zoom out to larger time frames though, see what the bias is. It's like the ideal. What's that retracement looking like? Yeah, so we bounced off the 618 and the 707, which is good. Ideal entry would be a retest up to here, but it looks like on the smaller time frames it's already breaking down structurally. Oh, you guys need to post more bricks in the chat, but look. Here we go. Let's see that there. Look, we're in drawdown now. You guys got to post more bricks. Is that just one contract there? Oh, that looks horrible on the 1 minute. This gap. Oh, it's coming back up. It's coming back up. Shit, my stop loss should be there. The stop loss is good there. I mean, if this comes back up and it breaks that high again, it's probably going to keep going. So I might as well cut the trade if it gets up there. I'm not looking to be right when the market's telling me otherwise. By the way, fam, if you're joining us on the live call for the first time and you haven't viewed us on the channel before, go ahead and subscribe, turn your notification bells on so you can keep up to date with the live calls that we're doing. We do regular live calls with a lot of our coaching staff from Empire. And a couple of our coaches are also affiliated with Coin Bureau, so they do a lot of content with them as well. So lots of guys with lots of experience, various different strategies and approaches to the market, a lot of knowledge to be shared on these live streams. Look at that, we got 2 trades on. This is the most action we've had all week. Best coaches in the game, you know it. Now, I've got 2 positions on this particular account, and both of them have got around about $200 stop losses on them. So I don't want to be putting any more positions on this, right? If I'm losing, say, $400 to $500 on this account, that's it for this account. I'm done for the day. Okay. I don't want to just keep loading up multiple positions. Because what will often happen is some of these positions can go in profit, and then you could have some that go against you, and then they end up just fighting against each other. Usually I don't like to do any more than 2 at a time. And the other thing you got to be careful of as well is make sure that you're not like hedging similar assets against each other, because you'll end up breaching the account. It will either be a soft breach or a hard breach depending on which prop firm you trade with. I actually had profits wiped the other week by Lucid because they claimed that I was hedging. I don't know how that was possible because I only took 1 trade for the entire day. But yeah, I already had that debate with the support staff, and the decision was final. So didn't wipe the account, but I lost like $2,000 profit for the day. This is pretty annoying. We're back above the 9 EMA now, which I don't like. And back above that support. We'll see if it holds. Higher time frame resistance is still there. So key thing here, I'm looking at the lower time frames, but I'm also going up to the higher time frames. I don't want to let like smaller time frame signals influence my decision too much when the higher time frames are still telling us that we're all good. Plus, I've already set my risk for the trade, so if it doesn't go to plan, then that's fine. I'm prepared to lose what I've put on the trade. There's a big wick left over here down the bottom as well, and one thing you'll find with a lot of these wicks is at some point price will usually come back for some or all of the liquidity left over by those wicks. Doesn't have to be immediate, but it eventually does come back. Let's turn our volume profile on again. So we're still below the POC. We just bounced off that value area low for the session. You know, a lot of people would have longed that value area low, but again, because the higher time frame is still looking pretty bearish, I don't really want to overshoot it too much. I've been doing that a lot. Some of the coins I've been trading just keep pumping. Yeah. Some other assets to look at. Ooh. Turn that off so I can get a better idea of what's actually going on. Oh, this is interesting. Failed to break above previous high after breaking that structure. Divergence. Have we got divergence? Yep, we got bearish divergence. That's what we want to see. And prices below the POC as well for the session. That's on the 1 hour. I'm pretty comfortable with going on a short there actually. Let's have a look. Probably not for 4 contracts though. Actually, let's not jump the gun just yet. Yeah, okay. Oops, put on the wrong one. Yeah, so we got big resistance there. Big profit. I don't want to be holding these positions for too long, especially leading up to a news event. Lucid prop rug. Yeah. It is what it is, man. Like, prop firms that do stuff like that all the time. Deny payouts, they'll cap your profits for the day because you would have breached a rule that you didn't even know about that they just made up the other day. Yeah. That's why you got to diversify your investment, man. Just go with multiple different prop firms, different accounts. And then if one decides to pack a wobbly, not pay out, then you just move on to the next one. I do like that, but there's still... I want my stop loss up there. Because we do have this big wick, and we could come back for some of the liquidity on that. But this hanging man at the moment is looking pretty interesting to me, and we did fail to collect the liquidity on that. What was that, a 113 retracement, do we reckon, on the fib? Hey, 113, there it is. You always get that with those expanded flats with the bearish divergence. Fuck it, we'll cover the high. We've got our $200 risk. We'll look for confluence for our take profit. See what levels are nearby. That's looking pretty good, and we'll go for a shot. Oh, that looks horrible when you look at it like that. Oh, we got some green. We're finally back in the green. Are you going to come up and tag my entry or not? We're just going to decide to shit the bed early. Bubble coming through. Okay. You got me higher than a plane up in the sky. The DJ got my body moving side to side. I took a pill, now I don't know what's left or right. Find me that after party, no sleeping tonight. What do we reckon, chat? What should we have a look at? This is our list of tradable assets on these prop accounts. Oh, almost broke my own rules. That was laggy. Set it up on the wrong account.
No sleep tonight. It's getting high. No sleep tonight. It's getting hype. No sleep tonight. Girls to my left, my name in lights. Open your eyes. No sleep tonight. Hands to the sky.
Oh, it looks like it wants to have a little push back up. Maybe I will wait. Where's the liquidity sitting up there? I think we'll wait for that one. I may know who will have something to do with it if it doesn't get hit. Oh, yep. Yeah, so the key thing when you're doing your hedge, like if you're gonna try and avoid any hedging, is obviously you don't want to be going short on the NASDAQ and then long on the S&P, because yeah, you'll breach it. Come on now. This is a problem with London sessions, especially when you build up to a news event, because the market's deliberately indecisive, right? Everyone's trying to pick a direction because you get people that like trading the news events because they love the volatility, and they're trying to pick a side, get their early entries because they think the market's going to move in their favour when the news comes out. Okay, nice B bottom on that. Good strength, good pivot. 50. Ooh, and there's hidden shoulders. Already playing out. Now, fibs, tracement. Let's see if we can see where the orders are probably sitting. Good volume, climatic volume off of that pivot as well. Structure looks good. See if it comes back to here. See what happens. Ooh, this looks interesting. Lost that structure. Oh, another one. That's what we want to see. So that's the next level down there. What do you guys reckon? Something like this? It looks pretty double toppy to me. Is it bearish div? Yeah, try and bearish divergence. Why not get the wolfie out of that? Climatic volume. Let's see what the indicator says. It's the thing. These assets do take a little bit to move. Gold. What's happening? Why is it not showing my browser? Oh, there we go. So that's the positions there. So this is where I get my pine strings from for my gamma levels. So you just copy and paste it. So we had MQ. So if I want to use the gamma levels for gold, I need to get separate levels because gold will be different. Where are we at, gold? Gold is at a pretty good level of support at the moment. We are above the EMA. If it comes back down to here, I might be interested. Might just draw that zone out. The only thing I don't like is this double topping structure here with that bearish engulfing. I think any sort of upside on the higher time frame, it might be short-lived. So you got the double top up here. It has actually met the breakout target for that double top, right? So measure that from the top of the move down to there, pretty much down to where our support level is. Oops, deleted the wrong thing. I swear my scalps never take this long. It's like Tuesday was exactly the same. It was just price barely moved. It was just really, really choppy. And then all the action happened after the news event, after everyone had panicked. You can see that extends all the way over to there. Yeah, if that can come back and sweep that low and put another higher low, that'll be good for a long, I reckon. So we got our alert, we'll wait. We will wait. Hey Pose from Discord, what's up brother? Good to have you on the call, man. There's like major lag in the YouTube chat, so we got the nice morning star with the inverted hammer, and usually what I like to wait for now is like a 50 to 60% retracement. The only thing I don't like is that we're hitting our head on the 9MA at the moment, but we are at a key level of support. Ideally I would have liked to have seen some absorption. You do have a little bit of an absorption pivot there. Because this looks like it's shaping up to just be a consolidation range. And it's a good size range too. What are you doing to me? Not playing the game. Is my stop loss in the right place? I wish it kept the see, when you plan out the positions with the broker integration, it tells you like what the P&L loss and gain is for your take profit and your stop loss, but as soon as you enter the position, it doesn't tell you. It's quite annoying actually. Brain's so foggy tonight I can't even draw me support and resistance. Like I'm looking at my chart going, what the fuck am I looking at? It's been a rough day. Oh yeah, my day's been I'm kind of feeling the same, man. I'm a little bit foggy. I didn't get much sleep today, to be fair. I've been up since yesterday, so I was up all night, and yeah, I was getting some work done this morning. Went to bed probably about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I got about 2.5 hours sleep. So I don't think I'm going to have any trouble sleeping tonight, that's for sure. That's what we like to see. The absorption stepped in on that candle. We've got the climatic volume, so that can often be an indication that we're about to get a pivot. Doesn't necessarily mean a full-on reversal, but you can get a pivot. So if you go back and look at your volume indicator, and each time you got these spikes in volume, that's usually preceded with a pivot in the market. Send higher time frame showing a big bullish movement and starting to go bearish with 2 or 3 candles showing. Yeah, I still work a normal job for now. I'm actually getting made redundant, so I won't have a job end of January next year. But that could be a blessing in disguise, right? I've been flirting with the idea of moving towards full-time trading anyway. I just like the security of having a consistent full-time income, especially with a mortgage. But you know, everything happens for a reason. So I'm still working. I do shift work. So I worked for McCain's as a maintenance fitter. I'm doing shift work, 2 days, 2 nights, 12-hour shifts. So I just finished a night shift this morning, which is why I've been serious lack of sleep. But yeah, looking to make the transition into full-time trading. So maybe it's just the nudge that I needed. So price is coming back up to scoop some or all of the liquidity left over from that candle. So if it fails to make a new high, then that's usually a good indication and price will probably start to break down. I would have liked to have seen some bearish dip there as well. That would give me a little bit more conviction. The CVD is below the mid-range, and usually that's good, like if you're favoring the shorts. However, CVD by itself can sometimes be misleading. But in conjunction with other volume indicators and structure, it can be quite good. We just need to get back below the support level, and if we can, we're good. Otherwise, we got swept, and then position's going to move against us. See, that's rolling over now. Not a lot of strength behind that. I don't know if I want to favour the long reversal long on that move. You had that nice sort of inverse head and shoulders, and then you've got the double bottom, but there wasn't a lot of follow through off of that, and you've come into a major level of resistance as well for that time frame. We'll see what happens if it comes down here. Yeah, everyone wants to become a full-time trader, eh? But I mean, that's what I want to do for sure, but I also don't want to substitute a full-time job for sitting in front of a computer all day. I kind of like to just get in and get out. Either set and forget for like long-term swing positions, or just get in and do a couple of quick scalps and call it a day. Like if I could make $200 a day on one of these 50k accounts, I'm pretty happy with that. $200 a day. If you've got say 5 50k accounts, you're making $200 a day on each one. It's $1,000 a day. You do maybe 3 or 4 trading sessions a week. You're looking at 3-4 grand. You don't always have to swing for the fences. It's just a numbers game. Have you looked at NASDAQ? Yeah, we've got a trade on the NASDAQ at the moment that's not playing the game just yet, but NASDAQ on the higher time frames is definitely looking bearish. However, there's probably a lot of people that are looking at something like this. I don't focus too much on trend lines. They're good for establishing a trend and they can act as a support and resistance, but preferably I like to deal with horizontal levels, because when you think about what the institutional traders are doing, they're dealing with levels of liquidity and supply and demand and all that sort of thing. So that's usually where I like to focus the majority of my confirmations from. But you can see using your trend lines that we're potentially getting a bit of a squeeze here. And what will often happen when you do get a squeeze through these structures is you get like 1, 2, and then 3 hits to the high. Sometimes the third hit can be the fake out. And then what will happen is you'll either get a higher low and it'll break to the upside, or you'll get something like this where it goes 2, 3, and then you get a lower high, and then you know it's going to break to the downside, which is kind of, because this is the only third touch, we've kind of got a little bit of a double top starting to take effect. It's actually a really shit day for trading, really. News events. I've had news events all friggin' week, which is pretty volatile for the market. I think a lot of people got smashed on Tuesday when the CPI news came out. I usually don't bother with positions too close to news events, because you have to think about it, like all the institutions and that have got access to paid data that a lot of retail traders don't, and they're usually pretty well positioned before those news events actually come out. And then what you'll see is just a lot of manipulation, a lot of chop. Waiting. Goal is to make per day what I do in a normal job per week. Then I know, yeah, that's it, eh? Once you can substitute your income, that's it. You just got to find out what's your magic number. Like, how much do you need to make per day? How much do you need to make per week, per month? And then, you know, come up with a plan on how you can make that happen. Come on. Chop chop. It'll be news time soon, and then I'll have to close my position. I don't want to hold these positions during a news event. And you're not always safe with your stop loss either during volatile markets, because you'll get slippage. So you're going to be really, really careful. Oh, see, I knew this one wanted to come back up. And you're all thinking, oh, well, if you knew that, then why'd you go short? It's because I've got hindsight now. I've got the power of hindsight. Oh, well, we've been on the call for, or stream rather, for an hour and a half now. At least the market's kind of moving. We got a lot more action than we did on Tuesday, which is good. We didn't even get to place any trades on Tuesday because the setups just weren't there. Well, while we're waiting on that, we can have a look and see what the crypto market is doing while we're waiting for these trades to develop. Couple of the setups I'll show some of you new folks that I've been sharing with our Empire students is this potential accumulation or AME setup on Solana. So one thing you can see is we got very nice volume expansion during the accumulation, which is what you want to see. Very strong volume on the up moves. We had our manipulation where we broke the range. We put in a double bottom. We broke back above inside of that range. And now we're currently holding that as support. So if this level continues to hold, then we should actually get a push up. As a minimum, I would say to at least the target 2 to the top of that consolidation range. And then beyond that, target 3 up to the next structure. One thing I did notice is that through all the bearishness over the last couple of days, Solana has actually held up quite well. which has been unusual for Solana because usually it's been underperforming against a lot of the other altcoins. So this is one that I'm keeping a really close eye on. I would actually prefer price come down to about the $74 region to back test this double bottom. You can see we've got large wick to the downside. No, you can't see it on that time frame. It's on the daily. So we've got this large wick down here where we put in this kind of hammer. I would expect price to potentially come back there to sweep that low. And if we do and we can get good hold, then that's where I'm going to probably be looking to scale into a long position. And I'll be looking at doing that on the Bitfunded account. And if that plays out and we manage our position correctly, I mean, a play like that, if I'm using my 50k account with a 0.5% 0.5% stop loss, something like that would potentially look, let's say, entry there, stop loss down there, take profit 1, take profit 2, and take profit 3. We could pretty much wipe out the whole challenge in nearly one trade. But this is a high time frame play, right? So it'll take ages to play out. But yeah, this indicator that I've made with AI is really, really good if you're using crypto prop firm accounts. It helps you to gauge your position size based off of your overall account risk, and you can see exactly how much your position size needs to be, so your margin required. So I can just go straight to the say Bitfunded and go 16,080, and that'll be my position size with a 5x leverage, and then put in all my parameters. Is it free? Yeah, this indicator is free. All you got to do to get access to the indicator is where is my? Let's bring up the right screen. 1 second. Why have we got no music? We lost our tunes. So all you got to do to get access to the indicator is come along to our website. Right up the top here, position size calculator. Click on that. It'll take you to the post. And you can edit. And it tells you exactly how to use it, all of the features. Yep, so you just sign up for a free account to Empire, and you get access to all of the tools and resources that we use. It's a bit loud. Okay. Let's have a look. Oh, where's it gone? Is that too loud? See, we were trying to fine-tune the volume of the music before, and yeah, people said it was good, but yeah, I didn't realize it was so loud. I can't tell on my end, unfortunately, so if it is way too loud, I appreciate you guys letting me know. Right, where were we? It's background music, not front row music. Yeah, exactly. We're not at a rave. Yeah, awesome. What's Stella been looking at? You can find the link to the website as well to get that position size indicator in the video description. Yeah, so that's the setup that I'm waiting for. I've got alerts there on Solana. The other one that I was looking at, man, that's still moving slow. The other one that I was looking at was ADA. We charted this up for our Empire students. Ooh, would have been back here, back in July. Charted up this inverse head and shoulders formation, and you can see we bounced, we put in that right shoulder. We're waiting to see if price can actually reclaim this level. If it can, then our breakout target for that formation is actually our target 2 up there. But yeah, you can see about a month ago we charted that up when it was back here. So when it was back at that support level, we got a nice little trade off of that on one of our other prop firm accounts. When you trade gold, do you trade in pairs, so halving your screen, or is that just me? Yeah, well, I've got an ultra wide monitor, so yeah, I usually have like 4 different windows set up. Even if I'm just trading the one asset, because I'll have like maybe like the 1 hour, the 30 minute, the 15 and the 5 minute set up on 4 different screens, and then I don't have to do what I've been doing, which is chopping and changing back between screens all the time. It just helps with execution speed. But yeah, you can do that. You can split up your screen and do it this way. That's one way to do it, is just using the layouts. Otherwise, you can just open multiple tabs. What's Biddy doing? Now those are the people on the live stream that are from the Empire community. Will know that we were mapping, I was mapping this move out, this entire 5-wave impulsive move with the ABC retracement, and I was mapping out the 5-wave impulse from here and the top for the ABC correction. Managed to get the short from about 126k, I think it was, up here. Down to here. Everyone else thought we were going 150. Mapped out the head and shoulders as well, which we're currently getting. These are the best head and shoulders formations to trade, in my opinion, when you actually get the break and the retest on the right shoulder. Stronger confirmations. Bitcoin's holding up at this level of support temporarily. We haven't really got a strong bounce, and we haven't actually had good climatic volume step in. So if you look when price previously load out on Bitcoin, you can see we got nice climatic spikes in volume. We haven't really seen that off of this. We got the initial climatic spike there, which gave us a short-term pivot, but we should have seen a bit of volume follow through on that. So you can see again here, climatic spike in volume, and we got the pivot, climatic spike in volume, but there's no real follow through on this move. So I am keeping cautious with this state of Bitcoin, because obviously those ADA and Solana setups are going to go to shit if Bitcoin decides to shit the bed. However, if Bitcoin can hold, or it decides to do something like this, then you could see a good long opportunity. So you're always going to be mindful of what Bitcoin's doing. Like having a mini rave at work. Yeah, nice. Trading pairs, so that gold goes pair with, so half and half. Yep. Yeah, so using those market correlations can be very, very beneficial. You can often see divergences. So if you get two similar assets and you're charting them against each other, you can often see divergences between the two price actions that can usually indicate potential moves before the structure actually confirms it. So you can do that with Bitcoin and Ethereum. One of the things that I like to do if I'm looking at Bitcoin is I actually come over to the USDT dominance, because Bitcoin trades against it, so they're inversely correlated. Bitcoin's going up, USDT dominance is coming down, and we can see similar structure to exactly what I was just explaining on Bitcoin, 5-wave impulsive. Now we can, the expectation is we'll get some sort of ABC correction. We are at a major resistance. There is still the potential that we could see something like this though, where it puts in a double top before it comes back down and puts in that C wave leg. So I'm watching this level very, very carefully. So if price is going to reject at this level, it means I want to be looking at longs for Bitcoin and potentially a lot of altcoins. However, if price pushes past that and breaks out, then good God, Bitcoin, it's going to shit the bed. Oh look, we're at break even almost. Amazing. Oh, nice evening star there. That's good to see. I noticed these zones have actually moved up slightly from where I mapped them out. Music with your morning coffee and trading, lovely. Man, it's nighttime here. Should be asleep. Except unfortunately I'm more of a night person than a morning person, so I don't sleep during the night. Oh, I need to adjust my seat. the buyers are just wanting to hold it up. Truth be told, I was a bit premature on this entry for this one, but I've got a nice wide stop loss that's within my risk tolerance. So there's only about just over $200 stop loss on that. And if it hits it, it's fine. Bugger. Gold retrace, but it didn't hit my alert. That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for the pullback. Missed it. Oh well, I'm not going to FOMO into it now. I've missed the entry. Oh, that's what we like to see. Pivot. Silver. This volume stepping in. We'll go to a different account. Need micros. Oh, what's the micros for this? I was sure that there was one on there. Bugger. I don't want to be putting a mini contract on there because that is way too much. Because my stop loss needs to be down there, and then I got like a $1,000 stop loss. I don't want to be doing that. Does anyone know what the pair is for the micros for silver? Such a nice double bottom too. You got good volume off of that pivot. Like as a minimum, you'd be able to target the previous pivot high. Next target up here. Oh, nice V bottom on that. See platinum minis? No? That's annoying. Oh, we're all over the show. The market's just up and down, up and down. In profit, in drawdown, in profit, in drawdown. It's a problem with trading so close to these news events. Too much indecision in the market. And London's not always the most exciting time to trade anyway. But still. From a structural standpoint, it's looking pretty good. We got the lower low, lower high. We've got the evening star. We got with the bearish engulfing there. We just want it to come back and sweep this low. Just gotta be patient. Let the trade play out. How's that music volume? Is it still too loud? I wish I could actually hear the output of volume, but I don't know how to do that on OBS. Let's have a look at CL1. Ooh, this is interesting. That's what I want to be looking at. What's the 4-hour look like? Oh, at a good level of support. It's going to move before I can get my entry, isn't it? Just looking for confluence across multiple levels just to see. Yeah, so that's probably the most likely area where it's going to run into resistance. I would like to see it pull back, but it's got too much legs on it now. I want to trade this on a different account too. $240. $10:30 a.m. in the UK. Oh, you guys need to post some bricks in the chat. We need to weigh this thing down so it comes down, takes out my entry. Actually, my stop loss needs to be a little bit lower than that, I think. Now it's probably going to wipe me out straight away now. What are you doing to me, market? Just taking too long to do anything. What was the other one we had an alert on? It was this one, wasn't it? Ooh. Oh, well, we're coming back for the liquidity on that wick, I would say. Bit of a support level there. What's the daily look like? Bounce off of there. It's a lot more difficult having to bounce back and forth from like all the time frames just manually. Usually I'll just have like 4 separate tabs open so I don't have to bounce back between them all. And if I use the layout tool to do it, to split the screen into 4, then I'm not going to be able to see enough data. It's going to be too compressed. Which one was it? You notice how I'm keeping my take profits conservative as well. I'm not looking for moonshots. I'm just trying to figure out where's the next level of structure that price is going to get held up by sellers. And that's where I want to be looking to take my profits. We have got the significant level on the 4 hours, so we're sitting on the zone at the moment. The 1 hour as well, starting to push back up. We have broken below this like sort of temporary 1 hour zone, but if we fail to create that new low, price will likely come back up to try and retest this EMA. And then also this breaker structure up here. So we're looking not too bad. Price will come back for this wick at some stage though. So we might see a short-term retracement and then downside. what are we today? So PPI, 12:30 AM New Zealand Standard Time. Red folder means it's probably going to have a significant impact on the market. There used to be a link for the CryptoCraft on here, but it's not there anymore. Where is it? Did they get rid of it? Surely not. What do we reckon the PPI is going to come at? Let me know in the chat what you think. You reckon it's going to come in forecast higher or lower? Forecast at 0.2%. Just so much indecision in the market at the moment. Very frustrating. We just want stuff to happen. You know, win or lose, I just want something to happen. Not this consolidation that we've been seeing. We're doing pretty well on these accounts so far. The $3,000 profit target on them to get to funded stage for these Apex Legacy accounts. We started them on Wednesday, and we're halfway on most of them. Oops. Oops. Couple of bad trades here and there. Easy to recover from. If you get a couple of losses, one good setup's usually enough to recoup that and then some. And we go back to this one. Oh, no, this one here. It's all just a numbers game, really. I mean, a lot of people sort of misunderstand what it's like trading. They expect that, you know, you've got to be right or you've got to have a really high win rate. Win rate's not actually as important as most people think. Like, you could have a really high win rate, but if you've got a really low profit factor or your max drawdown is like a massive percentage of your total account, then your win rate's not really worth shit. You know, I've seen instances where guys have had like 80 to 90% win rate, but their max drawdown's been like 60% of their whole account. And they'll have like a profit factor of 1 or slightly less. So it matters more, you know, what's your profit factor versus your max drawdown. There's no good having a 80 to 90% win rate if you're not making any money off of it. And I've seen like multiple traders that trade with like a 40 to a 30%, even a 30% win rate, and still have a much higher profit factor in the long run. And that all comes with a combination of like the trades that you're taking, the types of setups, the scalability, your risk management, like all of those things matter. They all have a part to play. These are Apex legacy accounts too, by the way. So they are unfortunately intraday drawdown, which isn't ideal. Intraday drawdowns basically tying your arms behind your back when it comes to trading. You have to be a little bit more cautious about how you trade. You can't really just leave them to run. So you do have to manage your positions a lot closer. But the good thing with the legacy accounts is after the first 5 payouts, assuming they don't move you to live before that, there's no max cap on maximum payout. And once you hit the buffer anyway on the funded account, you basically stop, your intraday stops trailing. So I want to see if any levels are sort of starting to pop out. The first one it's going to need to try and break is this one up here. And it may run into a little bit of resistance up there, but if we get a lot of follow through, and if we manage it close enough too, like sometimes I'll if I see that there's a good amount of momentum starting to come through the trade, I'll actually adjust my stop loss and profit, and then I'll move my take profit up, and I'll just keep running my stop loss and do like a manual trailing stop behind price, because you want to let your winners run. You know, there's no use stopping the trade if it's still got a bunch of momentum behind it. But if you're trading like a funded account that's got, say, for example, a consistency score, then you kind of got to cut your trades at certain price points anyway, just so you can satisfy the consistency score, which is a bit shit, really. They say it's to the consistency scores to stop you from basically gambling and full porting the account, and to make sure that you're actually a consistent trader. But then at the same time, you're also kind of holding yourself back. But I suppose if the prop firms didn't have that rule, then they wouldn't make any money. So the other rules for the Apex to get a payout, you've got to meet the minimum buffer, which I think is 2,600. So on a 50k account, you'd need to get to 52,600 before you could request a payout. And then I believe that once you hit a certain threshold, I think it is that buffer, because I've never traded with the legacy accounts before because I only just bought them back. But I think the intraday drawdown, once you hit that buffer, it stops trailing, and it just becomes like a end of day static. And then you've got like a maximum payout. I think 50k accounts like 2k maximum payout for the first 5 payouts, and then after that there's no cap. But chances are, if you're consistent enough that you're making multiple payouts, five or more payouts, especially over multiple accounts, they'll probably move you to a live. And that's just the prop firms' ways of sort of covering their ass, right? Because they can see that you're profitable. And what will often happen is they'll say, hey, you've met the criteria to go to live, and you think, cool, yeah, I get to go to a live account. I get better rewards, better bonuses, daily payouts, all that sort of stuff. But you basically start from zero with I think it's like a $2,000 or $3,000 drawdown. And a lot of the time, you end up forfeiting most of your profits that you've made on your funded accounts. So you might have like a $10,000 payout waiting, and you can take a portion of that when you go live, or you might get a bonus when you go live once you hit a certain threshold. But it's basically like you're almost going through an eval all over again. So you end up forfeiting those profits. You do see a lot of traders who actually deliberately breach their accounts, like a lot of lucid traders do it. They'll breach their accounts on purpose before they hit the fifth or sixth payout, so that they can keep recycling evals instead of actually moving to a live account. Live account has no restrictions. I'm not sure what because there's like usually a contract that you have to sign for the prop firm when you go to a live account as well. And some of them will say that you're not allowed to trade in certain manners. So, I mean, if you were recklessly just full porting the account, then they might try deny you a payout. Yeah, you'd have to check the rules for what it says when you go to live. A lot of the time, especially prop firms that are losing money, they will try and come up with any sort of reason to deny a payout, especially to those who are really profitable and getting large payouts. Is that going to stop at that level? Wants to put in an inverse head and shoulders, probably. As long as it holds the 9 EMA, that's okay. Struggling to get back through that level. But we're at that 4-hour one now, so it still can push up. Key thing to note with the Apex accounts as well is if you do buy an account that does have an activation fee and you pass it, you pass the evaluation stage, there is like a time limit for how long you have to activate it. And if you don't pay for the activation fee within that time limit, then you basically have to start from scratch. What are we looking at this one? This is taking too long to move. So it's very indecisive, right? We got this evening star and then a morning star straight afterwards. You can see the indecision in the market. We need to get the hammer out, I think. Just keep hammering away at it. Hopefully it'll go down. It's wanting to put in a potential bottoming structure, eh? These large wicks to the downside are going to want to be filled though. The question is do we push up temporarily before that happens? We were looking at Solana before too, weren't we? Oh, there's a nice double bottom there on Solana on the 3 minute, but we need to look at the higher time frame for context. Yeah, coming back up to retest the cross of the VWAP and the EMA. I don't like scalping with the Bitfunded account though. It's just not viable because you've got to, get the entry conditions and the price point from the chart, and then you've got to come over to the actual Bitfunded account, and then you've got to manually enter it in here. And then you've got to be careful too, because if you're buying at market order, you can get smoked with the fees right off the bat. So you put like a $250 stop loss as part of your risk management, and then you're doing a market order, and then all of a sudden you're in like $50 to $100 drawdown right off the bat. Because you only got 5x leverage, your position size is going to be really, really large in order to get the good profits off of that. So essentially what it would look like is... where are we? So if I got the calculator out and see where we're going to enter here, stop loss there, and say take profit, take profit, take profit. You're looking at $4,754 position size. Where it actually gets worse is when you're dealing with something like Bitcoin, right? So you go to Bitcoin, because this thing doesn't really move a lot. So say, oh yeah, stop loss. If you run too tight a stop loss, where's the example that I was looking for? So 5. Yeah, so you're putting like $22,000 position on that with a $250 stop loss. And it's because you've only got that 5x leverage. So for scalping, those sorts of prop firms aren't really ideal. There's the speed factor you've got to worry about with the execution, and then there's the lag of actually just trading on like an internal platform. And then you've also got to put very large position sizes on with a stop loss, which is fine, but if you fall victim to a bit of slippage, it's going to chew right through your stop loss, and you might lose a lot more than you bargained on, depending on how volatile the market is. But yeah, those types of prop firms are ideally better for day trading and swing trading. Really favorable drawdowns in that regard. So yeah, usually better results. Might be a slow grind until news, unfortunately, but I don't really want to hold these positions into a news event. But I wanted to make sure I got some trades going for you guys on the call, because I know that the Tuesday call was pretty slow. The market was very similar, just really, really choppy, not a lot going on. Ooh. Okay. Might need to... If we can't get back above this EMA, I'll probably close this out. See how it reacts. Is everyone still alive in the chat? Is everyone's half asleep like I am? Bit sad I missed that entry on gold. Oh. Get the gamma levels going. Yeah, see, a lot of confluence off of that level. Got our 4-hour zone. So these zones for this indicator that I built, they measure a range of different confluences, volume, volume analysis, liquidity levels. It also takes into consideration the gamma levels as well as one of the settings. You can implement that. But yeah, it uses multiple different confluences to establish these zones or potential pivot areas in the market. So there's a bit of confluence. We had the lower wall on the gamma there with that level of support, that zone. You can see it was the resistance for this move here, and it was support there. So good pivot point in the market. A lot of people will just front run that and they'll just put like a buy entry straight at support expecting a bounce. I don't particularly like to do that because there's never any guarantee that that level is going to hold. Usually I'll wait for like a structural shift, and what I was waiting for was that the actual sweep of this, but we never actually come down that low, unfortunately. But that's all right. Shit happens. Decent move on it now, though. Would have been laughing. Oh yeah, we're getting back above the EMA now, which is a good sign. This doesn't want to play the game. Starting to, yeah, it's got that double bottom. We're going to get stopped out, I think. That should be a $200 stop loss anyway. It should be up there. Oh, don't close the position. Platinum. I really only want to trade these minis, or micros, should I say. Now with these gamma levels, because I don't have the levels for that asset, because a lot of it's calculated off of the open interest, when I don't have the pine key for it, it'll just act off of a proxy, so it'll just calculate it based off of volume. Still works, but not as accurate as having proper gamma data. But it just means you have to, for those other assets like the NASDAQ and gold, you just have to manually copy and paste each session because it does change. But in the way that I would use it as part of my strategy is I'm not just going, okay, we're approaching a level, so we're going to get a bounce. I'm looking for, is there confluence with that level with other areas? So in this case, we've got confluence here with our zone. Okay, we can see that absorption's happening, good increase in volume. So that absorption is just all of those sellers getting absorbed by the buyers. That gives you your climatic spike in volume because you've got buyers and sellers hashing it out. And now what you're looking for is follow through on that volume. Come on. We can move our stop loss up now. You would not believe the amount of times that I'll go to set like a take profit and it'll just miss it and then round trip the whole position. Happens to the best of us. That's why I always like try and leave my stop loss or my take profit just shy of key levels, because you always get people trying to front run those positions. Or front run those moves, should I say. Just a little nudge. Gotta love it. Yeah, gotta love it. Oh. It's getting hung up on that 6180. How's everyone doing in the chat? If we can't break this this high here, I'll probably just close it in profit. But we'll wait and see what happens. We'll see if it'll play out. Because if it fails to recapture that, it's usually a good sign of weakness. But quite often we'll see price actually push above the 61.80, usually around about the 707 area anyway. Because a lot of people will target the 618 golden ratio and usually can get some extensions beyond that. These ones have just been up and down, up and down. Oh, it just needs a little nudge. The giant magnet, suck it up. There we go. That's it. Good $400 profit off that trade. Sure, it might have a little bit more room to move, but yep, happy with the profit. Happy to walk away with the $400. So 51, we're at about 51.6 on this account at the moment. So another 1,400 to go for that either. We only started this on Wednesday. See how these other bastards are going. Come on. Need my gamma levels back. Yeah, see, it's got that W formation there. It's trying to put in a bottoming structure. If it does, So we're looking to see if it breaks this high. If it breaks this high, there's a high probability that double bottom will play out. And then the breakout target will take us, let's have a look, up to the top of that range there. So we got two massive wicks here. We got the wick to the upside, wick to the downside. It's just a question of which liquidity we're coming for first, up or down. Is everyone still alive in the chat? What should we chart? What should we look at? Probably keep the stream going for like another 15 minutes or so. Might be able to get another quick scalp in there. Love and life. Absolutely. There's a nice consolidation range there. So anytime I see a consolidation range, first thing I want to actually check is what's the volume doing within that range. Are we seeing volume increasing on the up moves or on the down moves? So usually if the up moves have got stronger volume behind them, then you're leaning more towards a bullish bias, and then the opposite is true for your bearish case. So I'm looking at our volume here. There's nothing really definitive with that volume for the consolidation range. Low, low. We are starting to get some bearish divergence at the top of this range here while price is compressing. So got a bit of compression there. Divergence on the CVD and the ultimate mini flow indicator as well. And then if we look at our higher time frame confluence, we want to run some fibs. This is a bit of a double bottom on that. Sometimes you can see about a 50 to 60% retracement of the engulfing candle though. And you can see we are hitting our head off of this cluster here. It's a bit of resistance. Yes, I could be getting a temporary pullback on this asset. problem is everything's moving too slow. There's not a lot of volatility yet because we're only in the London session and everyone's waiting for the news. I don't really want to be in new positions too close to the news. Oh, look at that. Take profit aligns with the top of that range. What are we trading? Anything that wants to move, ideally. We did have a nice position before on, what was it? That one, wasn't it? Positions. So that was account 9. CLU was what we were trading before. Oh, missed the entry. See if we get the bounce off the VWAP. Maybe a pullback to the top 618. 618 or? No, it'll be to here. Oh, these just don't want to move, eh? They've just been so choppy. Pretty much since we entered, just sideways. But it's looking like it wants to bottom out here. You got the double bottom that's playing out. There is a bit of bearish div on the volume. Yeah, we missed our entry on gold, which is annoying. We were waiting for a retest of this range, but didn't quite get there. Missed our long. It's a shame. This shit happens. Oops. It was this one, wasn't it? Ooh. I don't like this. I don't like seeing big liquidity grabs like that. Potential double bottom there. On the higher time frame, we are below the VWAP and the EMA though, so ideally we'd like to see price reclaim that. Not the best looking double bottom on the lower time frames. Bullish engulfing. Good absorption. Just have a look at higher time frame confluence. Don't like the double top though. I think any sort of upside on this will be short-lived. Might get a 50-60% retracement and then back down. Breakout target for the double top will probably take us down to that zone. Yep. This is a nice level on the 1 hour. So this is when you start getting into the really more sort of high risk scalps, counter trading double tops, higher time frame double tops, even though we've got a short term double bottom here. That's where you want to ideally keep your targets pretty conservative. Be aiming for previous swing lows or previous swing highs. Probably up here somewhere. Oh, there we go. We're in a trade. We're in another trade. I should really have my stop loss up here. What's the risk on that? See, this is how I have to do it now, which is annoying. It's about 260, 250. It's not too bad. What's that? 6596. And I might just move this up just a smidge. Sometimes you get overlapping zones like this, but I don't read too much into it. Really what I'm looking at now is volume participation, momentum, structure. Like you've got an expanding structure, but your volume's starting to diminish. So volume's coming down, but your structure's pushing up. It's just all over the show, these ones. Just don't want to do anything. Definitely not as exciting as the US session was last night. That was great. I was in and out of the market in about 5 minutes, up $800. We don't really expect much from the London session though, to be honest. Shit, we've been on the stream for a while, nearly 3 hours. You guys have got nothing better to do except watch me get impatient with the market. Now, we're going to stay patient. One of the biggest things that make or break a good trader, consistent trader, is patience. And then also, like, trusting your analysis, allowing the trades room to develop. One of the worst things you can do is over-manage your positions or try and micromanage your positions. I mean, with scalping, there's obviously a lot of that, but at the same time, you still, if you're using the correct risk management on your positions, right, you know how much you stand to lose, you know how much you stand to gain. And if you keep fiddling with your positions all the time, you're never actually going to learn whether or not you've got a competitive edge in the market. So if you're managing your risk effectively, well, then even if the trade doesn't go your way, at least then you're gathering data on your own trade performance that you can use to analyze and refine your edge going forward. The best data you can analyze as a trader is your own performance. Oh, well, we've got $400, just around $400 realized P&L for the session. And then we got 3 positions that are in drawdown, unrealized loss. Market's just been really indecisive, doesn't know what it wants to do. Buyers are trying really, really hard to push this up, but you can see the participations, there's not a lot of follow through with the volume, which tells me that any push to the upside is probably going to be short-lived. However, we do have a major news event coming up, which could completely invalidate all of this, because people are emotional, people react a certain way to news events. This is what I think a lot of like retail traders are probably looking at. This consolidation, like triangle structure. I'm looking more evening star, bearish engulfing, failure break of the previous high, and potential double top starting to come in. Lower highs on the volume, so you've got convergence with price action. Volume deltas coming down. We've got major resistance up there. Our stop loss is probably, because of where our entry was, we're covering the previous high, but you can see that there's resistance here. So there's a lot of room up here for price to potentially move. But if price does take out our stop, start to push up, and then we start to see rejection up at this level, then there might be another opportunity for a short. Might actually put an alert up there just in case. And one up there to cover that high. Just waiting. See, this is the other thing that I'm looking at on this one. You got higher high here, but you got lower highs on the volume, and we're below the mid-range. Sitting just below resistance, there is a bit of liquidity left over from this wick up here. Let's have a look at what Bitcoin's doing. Basically a stable coin at this point. It's just been consolidating within a range. Double topping structure there. See, this is what we were talking about earlier in the call, right? We had, if we just go back, we were getting that nice bottoming structure. We got that nice push to the upside, but when we were looking at the higher time frames on the daily, this is exactly what we were saying. Any sort of up move is probably going to be short-lived because it's going to run into resistance at the EMA and the VWAP, which is pretty much what we're getting now. So we had this lower high off of a key level of resistance. We had this big bearish engulfing. Prices come back up to test the breakout of the VWAP and the EMA. And now we're potentially putting in another topping structure. So this is why I'm not rushing into any alt positions just yet. One, because there's news event coming up, and two, we want to actually wait and see what Bitcoin's going to do. So at the moment, if we're looking at Bitcoin from a range perspective, and we say, well, this is the previous level of resistance, that was the previous level of support. Right now, price is currently trading within the middle of that range. So I want to be looking for longs or potential bounces off this level, or shorts at this level, or if one of those levels break, then I'm looking to trade the other side of that. I'm not looking to get into positions in the middle of a range. And this is a daily range too, so it is quite a significant range. I think a lot of people were expecting something like this. Oh. Not a Michael J. Fox drawing, but an inverse head and shoulders. And the key thing to remember is, right, the market moves in impulsive waves. So if we get rid of We have impulsive move, consolidation, impulsive move, consolidation, impulsive move, consolidation. So we're waiting for the next impulsive move. Personally, I don't see the bottom for Bitcoin coming in until we get another strong climatic spike in volume with good follow through. If I see that climatic spike in volume come through with good follow through, then that'll give me much stronger conviction that there's a bottom on a higher time frame for Bitcoin starting to come through. I've got these levels mapped out here because those are the most likely levels that there's confluence if we are to break below this range here. So $400, about 400 US dollars realized profit for the session so far, and about 170, 80, about 190 unrealized drawdown for the minute. Market is being very slow. This is the one we were looking at last night. Matt Stella did a live stream last night. We're looking at some scalping opportunities. This is one that I like to trade when it appears. Extended V bottom, you get a V-shaped recovery, sharp buyer interest, good volume on the move, so that you get that climatic spike in volume. So you get a sharp V-shaped recovery, and then what happens is price starts to consolidate, puts in a bull flag, and then you can get a nice little trade set up off of that, measuring the breakout target roughly, which is pretty much what we got up to retest this high. And with those setups, if you can get it off of here, say on the low, get a nice little 1.5 risk to reward. I mean, you could run a tighter stop loss for a better risk to reward, but that's like the safest place for your stop loss. You got a big fair value gap like here, which is where a lot of ICT traders are probably going to be targeting, which is probably why we didn't cover most of that zone anyway, but we did get the bounce. Oop. Get rid of that now. But yeah, high time frame play, I am still keeping a close eye on this AME setup. Higher time frame, but I want price to come down to my level first. I'm looking to target this range down here because there's a couple of reasons for that. We've got good structure there. It's the bottom of the range once price actually re-entered. So we accumulated, manipulated, then price re-entered the consolidation zone and is currently holding above that. And we put in the double bottom. We haven't retested the neckline. I guess we kind of have with that wick, but the thing is we've left this big hammer candle here with this huge wick to the downside. So I think we're probably going to come back to sweep the liquidity from that, and then if we can hold that level, I would say there's a high probability that we're going to push back up. But it's all going to depend on Bitcoin. So all right. Well, that's been a pretty long call here, team. 3 hours on the live stream. Back $400 profit. We're still in a couple of trades, so I've got my levels set, my take profit and my stop loss. So we'll we'll see how those play out. Is this one finally going to start to move for us? Bank a whole $12.50. I'd really like to have these positions closed out before the news comes on. Although as much as I love hanging out with you guys, I'm probably not going to stick around for the next 4 hours waiting for the news. I gotta sleep at some point. This is gonna roll over nicely, I think. And we run these live calls. We're going to be running these twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So make sure, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe. Chuck the notification bell on so that you don't miss out, because we're going to be trading multiple funded challenges in real time, so you can see the decisions, the outcomes, everything. We got 5 Apex evals here, and we're also got a $50,000 bit funded account that we're trading as well. So we're going to make some money. To answer your question, Sid, it was about $400 profit, I think, on CLU, which hit our take profit. Where are we? Yeah, $446 profit. That $900 loss was not from this trading session, by the way. It was from today, but it wasn't from this trading session. But we're up considerably on all 5 of our accounts. I mean, we only started these accounts on, what was it? Wednesday these accounts started. One of the great things you can do, actually, TradeAvate's a good platform. You can set restrictions on your account, so you can manage your drawdown limits. So you can set like a daily loss, a weekly loss, daily profit trigger, and then lock yourself out. And then once you hit that daily loss limit, it won't let you trade for the rest of the for that trading day, which is ideal. If you can't help yourself and you revenge trade a lot, then that's a really good feature to have. So the profit target for these evaluation accounts is 53k. So that's what we need to make. We're probably about halfway on 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a numbers game though. When it comes to prop firm trading, the main goal is to scale multiple funded accounts and then risk as little as possible on all of those accounts. Aim to make like $100 or $200 profit a day on a whole bunch of accounts, and you're away laughing. And you'll breach some of those accounts. Some of those accounts will get breached for whatever reason. You might hit the loss limit, daily loss, max loss. You might break a stupid rule that you didn't even know was a rule because they just made it up like a day ago or something like that. But yeah, it's about, you need to know the cost of what you've invested on your evals. Once you get funded, you need to recoup the cost of those evals as quickly as possible, because you don't know how long you're going to have that funded account for. And then you're just looking to scale payouts, reinvest into more accounts, scale payouts. Most of the successful prop firms will just burn and churn prop accounts as quickly as possible. So they'll get an eval, they'll try pass it in like 1 or 2 days with just going real heavy on their risk. But they know that if they're making, like, say, a couple of thousand US dollars per payout on the ones that they do pass, they're going to be able to recoup the $100 that they paid on the eval in the first place. Come on, market. Move. That's it. That's it. I'm getting the hammer back out. Here we go. It's going down. Here we go. It can't come back up now. Stacking too many bricks. Need a magnet below. Oh shit, you're right. I do. That's what's been holding it back the whole time. What else we got in here? Set it. Oh. Oh, it wants to push. It's coming for our stop. So we want to see if price, as it approaches this open and close of this candle here, does it run into a wall of sellers and fail to recapture that? If it does, good sign of weakness, strong possibility we're coming back to sweep the lows. But the biggest concern now is you've got wicks to both the upside and the downside, and at some point we're going to sweep either one of those. It's just a case of which one's going to come first. There is the possibility we could come up to here and tap this range now, because unexpectedly we run into a big wall of buyers at this level. But I'm not going to adjust my stop loss and risk losing more just because I think that there's another potential reversal level up here. I'd rather just take the hit, wait for another setup. This wants to go, but it's just taking its sweet time. What else have we got to look at? I don't really want to... There's nothing really crypto-wise to look at setups until after the news has happened. We need to see where the market's going to stabilize first. The other thing I should note too is if you are going to trade prop firms, you need to be aware of the rules for that particular prop firm, because a lot of prop firms have hard breach rules against trading during news events. So they won't actually allow you to hold positions over news events, and they have to be closed or opened within a certain time frame within that news event. So it has to be closed like a couple of minutes before or a couple of minutes after. So just be mindful of that. Hey, Sinister Sneakers from the Discord. What's up, brother? Good to have you on the stream, mate. We run these streams twice a week now, so we're going to be doing Tuesday and Thursdays going forward. So if you do want to jump on those, make sure you subscribe. Microscalping such as open for longer than... Yeah, absolutely. You got to have your positions open for a certain amount of time. I don't know why you'd want to open new positions leading into a news event anyway. I mean, if you're already well positioned in advance, like a full day before the news even come out, it wouldn't be so bad. But yeah, some people will enter like right on the news or just right before the news. from DC. We're going all right tonight. The accounts that we're trading on, so we've got 5 Apex 50k legacy accounts here, and I've also got a 50k eval for Bitfunded. Not really looking at any crypto positions yet. The Bitfunded account is better for trading higher time frames because you've only got access to 5x leverage. It's not really ideal for scalping. But the Apex accounts are doing pretty good. We started these accounts on Wednesday, and 4 out of 5 are halfway to their profit target, which is good. Took a hit on one of the accounts today, which was, I think it was this one. It's like a $900 loss. At the moment, we've got a couple of positions on. We've got a short on NASDAQ. Do I show people how to complete these? Yeah, that's what the aim is with these live calls, is to jump on a stream in a live setting and show you guys in real time how to trade and how to manage these accounts. It helps a lot of new guys that are coming into prop firms sort of put things into like a realistic perspective. It's a damn sight different from just sharing P&L screenshots and payout certs. Everyone can always see the results in hindsight, but you never really get to see the ups and downs in between. And that's really the benefit of having these live streams, is you get to see the ups and downs, the whole lot. It gives you a more realistic understanding of how things actually roll in the trading world, because you don't always win. Sometimes you can have bad trades, bad days where you've lost for the day. You could have a bad trading week. You could have a bad trading month. If you're a swing trader or an investor, you could have a bad trading year. What matters is profitability over time and consistency. Where do you learn? If you want to learn, so Empire Crypto Trading is the company that I'm working with. I'm one of the head coaches, which is, you're on our YouTube channel at the moment. So, where are we? You can see our trades from earlier. So the $900 loss wasn't from this session from the live stream. This was from earlier in the day during the Asia session. Since we've been on the stream, we managed to bank $446 profit on one of the positions. And yeah, now we're just got 3 positions open at the moment. One's in profit, 2 currently in drawdown, not really playing the game. In terms of if you want to learn how to trade, you can check out our Empire platform. There's a link in the description of this video, but essentially this is like a social trading and education platform, and we also do a bunch of research as well. So very similar sort of structure to what we have with Facebook. We've got our founder, one of our founders, Matt Sedia, and the other co-founder, Matt Stella, posting analysis on the regular inside the community, so that you can see what the coaches are actually looking at. So we share all of our setups. Another one of our coaches, Matt Foyle. So these 2 coaches, Matt Stella and Matt Foyle, are actually also affiliated with Coin Bureau. So both of them do live streaming on Coin Bureau as well. So yeah, check out some of their videos. They got some great content on there. And we also have our live calls. So we run pretty much daily live call sessions. You can see the different live call sessions that we're running. I do the live trading, which is what we're doing now essentially. In this case, we're doing it on YouTube. Alpha, fundamentals, call, advanced trading, and then I do a support session about once a month as well with the community. We got research sections, trading resources, and full courses from how to set up wallets to how to trade technical analysis, coach strategies. So Coach Foyle, he's got his harmonics course. Coach Carlin's got his trap sniping entries that he does during US session. So there is lots of stuff. Lots of stuff to keep you happy. There's chats, so you can engage with the coaches and the members. You can actually message people directly within the messenger, so you can message the coaches. But yeah, if you're interested in checking it out, you want to learn, links in the description. Head along, check it out. One of the we share quite a lot of analysis in the platform as well. So one of the setups that I shared about a month ago was ADA. So you can see we had this inverse head and shoulders setup. I actually took a long position on one of our other prop accounts that I was running, and we could see the volume was coming in, good bullish divergence. Gave the full rundown on what I was looking at, price targets. You can see I was targeting as 0.187. And if we actually go to the chart and have a look at what ADA actually did, you can see we put in that right shoulder structure, hit our first target, and now we're waiting to see if price will hold and reclaim the structure as support, and if it does, then there's a high probability that we'll move up towards our second target, which would be around about the breakout target for that move anyway, or the measured move. There's also a lot of confluence with that level. You can see it was previously support before it broke, so at some point we will come back to retest that as resistance. You got to train yourself to log off for the day. That's why one trade. Yeah, absolutely. That $900 loss was kind of my fault though, because I almost did it actually a couple of times on the stream tonight. Usually I don't like having any more than 2 positions on one account, because I run anywhere from like a $200 to a maybe $300 stop loss on each position. And on that one, I ended up opening multiple positions on the same account without swapping the accounts over. So I ended up having 4 positions on the same account, which is why I got hammered. That $900 loss. So don't be like me. Make sure you're trading on the right account at the right time. It's all right though. We're still in good standing on most of these accounts. Like, still up $900 for this in a day, $1,300 for that one. That's the one we got hammered on. Got $1,400 on this one, and nearly $1,600 for that one. ADA's actually rejecting off that level. Would have been a nice little short there. So you got that drop, and then that doji, and then that other drop. So you got that drop bash drop. Price come back to retest that area as resistance. So you got that nice little level in there. Boom, boom. Prices come up, tried to make a new high again. If it gets smacked down again and we continue to print lower highs, then you probably find that this level of support will break. everything for the crypto market is just riding on Bitcoin at the moment. Still one of the main plays that I'm looking at for if there is a bullish case for Bitcoin. One of the big plays that I'm looking at, which I shared earlier on the call, is looking at this AME setup on Solana. My ideal entry is this zone down here, around about 61.80 and the 707. We can see we left over a nice wick off of this hammer. So we'll likely come back to sweep some of the liquidity left over from that. And then if price can hold off of this double bottom neckline, should provide a pretty good entry opportunity. Because what we need to see in order for this AME to play out is, now that we've swept below the range, come back up into the range, we need to hold within that range. And if we can, then we should see a push up to high levels. As a minimum, you'd come to the top of the range, but if this truly plays out, you'd actually come up to the third target. But you've got pretty good range of movement. To first profit be about 9%, second one would be 26%, and if the whole thing plays out, you're looking at a 60% move on Solana. But I have noticed a bit of strength, like when the market was really weak earlier this week, Solana was actually holding quite strong, which is unusual because it's been getting hammered previously. And Solana's a huge ecosystem because you got all the meme coins and all the shit coins that run off that ecosystem. I personally would love to see Solana just eat shit and, and die, but I don't think this head and shoulders formation. So we actually mapped this out last year during this entire move, expecting that head and shoulders formation within the Empire community. But I don't think you're actually going to get the full breakout target or the measured move, because if that happened, then it would go to zero. So when you're looking for your measured moves, your breakout target, you're looking for, does that measured move actually align with key levels of structure? Is there confluence? And if there is, then there's a higher probability that price is actually going to move there. In this case, is because there's such a large ecosystem that relies on Solana, the chances of it totally going to zero are slim, but never say never. But I think there'll be a lot of people scrambling to snatch up Solana under $100. Oh, market so slow. Not really any exciting movement, unfortunately. It's at 12:30, I think it was, for yeah, 12:30. So another hour and 20 minutes. What do you guys reckon? Do you reckon we're going to come in at forecast or come in above or below? This is a bit funded account, the 50k one. We're probably going to wait and see how the market stabilizes when we get to the PPI. Don't want to try and front run news events. Oh, I'd like to see a little bit of movement though before 12:30 because I don't want to be in these positions before then. It's hitting that resistance again. Not a lot of volume coming through just yet. We are below the top of the range though on the ultimate money flow indicator, which is a good sign for the bears. CVD's below the mid-range as well. Waiting. So all we do as traders is we just wait around a lot for shit to happen. See, the reason I like this setup here is because we are at a major resistance. Like if you look all the way back here, multiple confluences. That's why we do it in groups and live to have fun doing so. It's not sexy, but we make it fun. What do you mean it's not sexy? Am I not sexy? Oh, I got all dolled up for the stream too. Did my hair, what's left of it. Oh, thanks. So one of the biggest things that I probably recommend to you guys, especially as traders, especially if you're going to scalp the short time frames as well, you probably want to invest in something called Rogaine. It's got minoxidil in it. It stops your hair from falling out from all the stress. That'd be my top tip. Man, the market just doesn't want to play the game, unfortunately. Hopefully, once this week's all done and dusted, we got the main news events out of the way, we should be good. We should get some movement. See, this thing here is Nasdaq's just been up and down all over the place. But if it sweeps the neckline of this W, it will probably come back down to back test that low again. Just gotta be patient. How are we looking on the monthly for the Nasdaq? I never actually had a look. Huge evening star. Shit, it's probably better to look at this one. More data. That's the thing with the Nasdaq and the US 500, man. They just keep pumping and pumping and pumping on reducing volume. And when we saw gold and silver absolutely rip, at the same time that they were ripping, the US 500 and all the commodities were also going up, which is not what we would expect to see. Usually we would see one or the other going up or down. So when you've got both the commodities and the precious metals actually rising in price together, it creates a bit of an imbalance in the market. And usually you start to see a rebalance of that market. Usually a good indication that commodities or essentially gold is being essentially injected with massive liquidity rather than propped up off good fundamentals or good long-term fundamentals. And we did see that actually with the US 500 and the Nasdaq, which was this big bearish candle here. So we saw that repricing to correct that imbalance in the market as a result of that. And the majority of you've got your Mag 7 stocks, which the top stocks of the US 500, mostly made up of all the big tech stocks like Meta and Nvidia, Google, all the rest of it, Microsoft. Most of those Mag 7 stocks are essentially propping up the whole US 500. And with the advancements of things like AI and Nvidia's inevitable monopoly on the market, right? You're definitely starting to see that have a massive impact on the price of the US 500, those major tech stocks. And this is why you got so many people talking about bubbles and stuff now, like AI bubbles. US 500 being in a big bubble. It's just like how long can you keep changing or have the money changing hands between all of these different AI companies back and forth to one another before something gives out, you know? Yeah, double top bearish divergence got the sell off. Didn't follow through on the double top, coming back up now. Actually, if anything, you know what it looks like to me? Maybe not so much on the lower time frame. This is where I hate drawing retail patterns with US 500 and other stocks and commodities. They often get invalidated, but interesting. 707, that's where it's tapping out at the moment, which aligns with where that structure is. Retesting the neckline. Well, trend line, should I say, not really a neckline. We might just leave that there and we'll check in on this periodically. We'll see how this plays out. Because to me the volume looks cooked. Absolutely cooked. You've got volume on the daily pressing up against the mid-range. If it does reject there, then we'll likely come back to sweep below. And if we were to roll over, so this is where we start looking for confluences, right? So we got the next significant structure there. Okay. Now, if the head and shoulders does play out, you'd usually go from top of the head down to there. And then the breakout target, oh, look at that, lines with previous structure. Let's see what other confluences we got. We chuck some fibs on there for fib retracement. Out there. Got the 6 to 180. Okay, more confluence here. Awesome. chuck the indicator on. Whoops. Oops, wrong button. So I'm just looking to see if any of the other time frames actually align. Oh, interesting. There's a level all the way down there. So my indicator is telling me that this is where the interest is, down below on the 2-day. Interesting. Here we got the resistance level that's coming now too. I think we see a drop, like a significant drop down to 26490 on the higher time frame. I don't think we're coming necessarily all the way down to here. I'd say that this is the next logical structure. There's multiple confluence. We've got a break in trend. We've got a new low. Price is currently testing a strong resistance level, also the 707. So there's confluence with the resistance, and then we've got the head and shoulders formation with the right shoulder forming after a break in trend, which is usually the stronger confirmation setup. And then we've also got a large wick to the downside, so there's liquidity left sitting down below here, so we could come back to sweep that. The other thing I'm looking at too is this candle body here. Notice there's no wick on the bottom. Usually we come back to sweep those when you have the old wickless candle bottoms like that. I think we're coming down here. Where's my arrow tool? There we go. I think we're coming down. You might get like a slow grind, price expanding like this, and then it comes down. Or it could do none of that and just come down straight away. But there's a significant resistance put in here up the top. There's a lot of confluence to suggest that this is where we're coming down to. At a minimum, I would say we'll probably come back to sweep the low. Come on, NASDAQ, what are we doing? Oh, see, it wants to go. It wants to go. We need you guys to start posting bricks in the chat to try and weigh this thing down. I'll get my bricks in there. There we go. Oh, need the magnet on the bottom. Here we go. Now, you won't learn this type of analysis anywhere else except Empire. We just chip it away at it until price comes down. They reckon 60% of the time it works every time. Come on, the market needs to move a little bit quicker than that, I think. Come on, give us the short. We're just back and forth, back and forth. This is like waiting in traffic. Except usually I'll be swearing a lot more. Just so indecisive now. The market doesn't know which way it wants to go. I'll be keeping an eye on gold here to see what it does. If it pulls back, because we've got a significant level of support there off that zone. 61.80. Short hype. Let's set an alert there. What's happening with hype? Let's have a look at it. I don't know about shorting that. Look at the double bottom on it. And if you break, once you break this neckline, and there might be a bit of a scalp in there. But you've got good buy effort still coming through. Good climatic volume. Candle closes have broken the previous higher. Yeah, I know the 1 hour you've got the double top. There's a little bit of bearish divergence, but I still wouldn't want to short it personally. Your stop loss would have to be there. There's your target take profit. You're still above the VWAP and the 9 EMA on the 4 hour. The higher time frame confirmation is too strong, in my opinion, for a short. It's more likely you're going to come up to here. Might put in a lower high against this. Yeah, even still on the 1 hour, there's like a double top there, but I think any downside on this is going to be short-lived. I still don't like it, eh? Still don't like it. I think your downside move is going to be short-lived. Oops. Just delete that. You're in? Oh well, good luck. Good luck on the short. The ideal entry was up here. Once you broke the previous high. If we chuck some fibs on here. Yeah, I think it's gonna break out. Volumes above the mid-range on the daily. Next point of resistance is just there. So you haven't really got far to move on the breakout before you hit your head. Height. Let's have a look at E&A again because we were looking at that the other day. Can't believe I fat fingered that short on that. It hit our level perfectly. We were waiting for our entry. Yeah, we're in some trades. Couple of trades in drawdown at the moment. We did trade earlier on, I think it was CLU. Booked $440 profit on that one. We got two short positions open at the moment that are both in drawdown on this account. And on this account, we're in drawdown on this one at the moment. Started all of these accounts on Wednesday, and most of them are about halfway through their profit target to fund it. So we're still tracking pretty well, despite being in drawdown on some of the accounts. Market's been pretty slow, very indecisive. You got PPI data coming out very, very shortly, so everyone's cautious. Come on, market. Hurry up and make a decision. I've been waiting all day. Oh, what am I doing? Drawing big circles. That's not what I was trying to do. Yeah, lots of confluence there. Multiple touches. I want to see buyers and absorption start to happen here if this is going to double bottom. There's a good climatic spike in volume there, which is ideal. That's what we want to see. I really don't want to enter new positions so close to PPI though. But that climatic spike is telling me that there's going to be a pivot in the market. Volume looks good. I'd like to see some absorption come through. Oh yeah, there we go. If we can reclaim that level, then we're good. Oh, where's the... There it is. $3,996. Margin required 3996. Oh, that's looking pretty good to me. $5391. $0.0. $5391. Then we got 6. What was the price again? 5391. All right, so oh, spiked up a little bit. This is a problem with Bitfunded. Their execution speed is ridiculous. And you can't just like drag and drop and adjust your position. And that's the thing, it takes so long to enter your position, like manually going from TradingView to Bitfunded. But if you just do a simple market buy because you're trying to catch quick entries on scalps, you end up going into like immediate drawdown on your account. So you'll put like a $250 stop loss on your position, but then you jump into a position at market buy, and then you end up being like instant $100 drawdown on your position. It's probably not going to come back and get my entry, is it? Pick up my entry. Oh, did we get a partial fill, did we? We only got a partial fill. Bugger. Maybe it'll come back and grab the rest. This is what happened on that other on this trade here. The profit should have been way higher, but it only filled partial order. It didn't pick up the whole thing. Come on, you bastard. Come get my order. Oh, well, we got PPI data coming out in half now. We'll see what happens. We've made it this far. We might as well see what chaos is going to happen at 12:30. Oh, are you coming back for my entry? Come on. Oh, you bastard. See, these internal trading platforms on some of these prop firms, in my opinion, are a complete waste of time. Because the data's so laggy. It's not economical to trade on. Like, at least if you're trading on an exchange like Bybit or something, and you've got your trading view chart integrated into the exchange, it's a lot more responsive. But yeah, this is just so choppy. On the plus side, though, they do have very favorable drawdown limits. How typical. It's like right there. It's just there. It just doesn't want to come back and grab it. It's doing it just to play with me now, because this is exactly what it did to me last time. Come on, just get the entry. See? This is coming back down again. Can't make up its mind. Oh, we're finally getting some movement in the market. This is the most action we've had all night. Well, apart from that. Come on, come and pick up my orders. I've got me bags packed. Hype's going good. Nice. Yeah, nice little pivot there off the top. See, that's a scalp setup for that entry there, and you saw how much time it took me just to if I go back to my trading view, you saw how much time it took me just to enter that position on Bitfunded. And it still didn't pick up my order. Coming back to test the high. Oh, look, we're back in profit. We're back a full $30. $30 isn't going to cut it. I've been far too patient. Ugh. Bico USDT for a long. What the hell is Bico? What the hell is Bico? Oh, yeah. Good bull div on the 15. Oh, hang on. What did I do? I fucked something here. Here we go. Seven, 8, 6. let's put it back up there. Why did it put it back up there? Good structure. Nice double bottom. Put in that wick. Looks like you swept the liquidity off of it. I don't think you can trade this on Bitfunded though. Have a look. Nah, you can't trade it on Bitfunded. But yeah, looks good on the 30-minute. Looks good on the 15-minute. Got good divergence on the volume. CVD's above the mid-range. See what the old proxy delta reckons. And the proxy gamma. Nice confluence there off the low. Long set. So next point of interest would be here. And then the other thing I'll be looking at is the retracement of that. Probably aiming for here. Breakout target. Could take it to the bodies or the wicks. But yeah, that lines up. Put the zones in. The support zone there. We got confluence to the upside. Yeah, there's a bit of confluence there. We got our zone up there. The proxy gex isn't really telling us much. Oh, you didn't pick up my order, did you? You fucking bastard. Oh, well, I might make a few dollars. Because it only filled such a small portion of my position. Oh, look, now it's ripping. Now it's ripping. Oh, well, I'm up a whole $3.90. That should cover some of the fees. What should have potentially been a $600 gain at take profit is probably going to be significantly less, $26, because it didn't fill the rest of my position. So unless we can come back and tag it, See, usually I'd just chuck in my take profit stop loss, just do like a market order, but you can't do it with these setups. You just get wrecked on the fees. Are you going to come back and grab it? Come get it. Can't get my order. Show me the monies. Come on now. Oh, know how to pick them. Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head what the exact difference in fees are, but I just noticed on previous Bitfunded accounts that I've traded with and on this one, as soon as I went market buy, it just went instant drawdown by like a, and price hadn't even really moved at all. And because if you're trying to do scalp setups as well, you're using such a large position size, and then you're using a small stop loss. So you might be putting like $10,000-$20,000 on the position, but you're using like $250 stop loss. So because your position size is large, you're paying a lot of fees in that as well. So you've kind of got to factor that in. But if you can get the limit order, then you don't pay as much in fees. And if the price is really erratic, like we just witnessed on the Bitfunded, you know, your market order is going to get filled at various different prices as well. Look at that, it tapped it and it didn't even fill my order. And one thing I noticed the other day as well, when we were taking the ENA setup, is I had like full-on candle closes like actually below my entry. The market price was well below, and the orders on the books were within my order price, and it still didn't fill my order. It only did the partial fill. This is why I don't like these internal trading platforms. It's much better if you can just get like a API integration like some of them do, and you just trade on a demo account directly with Bybit. You get the speed and the execution of a decent exchange, and then the perks of trading a prop firm. Man, Eddie would be laughing his ass off at the fact that this is just tapping my entry and still not grabbing it. He'd understand. Look at that, it just keeps tapping it. Just doesn't want to fill. Just fill my order. Get it. Doesn't want to get it, does it? Oh, we're cooking with gas now. Nasdaq's finally playing the game. Hopefully we can hit that TP before the news comes out, otherwise it might just completely ruin everything. Let's go. Come get my TP. Enhance. Enhance. Sweeper. Got the volume stepping in now. Come on. Gotta hammer it down now. Rip it. Oh, well, we're getting dangerously close to PPI now, so the volatility is bound to start kicking in. Hopefully we can get enough volatility to come and sweep this low, collect some profits. Overall, we're not doing too bad. What do we got? We got 1370, got 12, about 2,500, plus another 4, 2,009, 3,000, 4,200-ish. So we've got about $5,800 worth of profit on these accounts since Wednesday. 550k evals. Not too bad, really. Come on. Come get it. Oh. There we go. If we flip the chart upside down, oh no, gravity's pushing it back down now. Oh well, we're getting dangerously close to PPI now, so got about seven minutes to go. Oh, ENA's just doesn't want to play the game at all. It's literally hovering right on that entry. Just won't dip below. Take it. And you can't even just like easily modify your position too once you've got it in your orders. Like you can easily add margin, adjust your take profit and your stop loss, but it won't actually let you if you wanted to modify your position entry, there's no easy way to do that. It's quite frustrating. It's alright, PPI might fuck all this up anyway. Everyone gets rinsed. Another 5 minutes to go. Let me know in the chat, what do you guys think the PPI is going to come in at? So modify in what way? Like it won't let you, like if you've already set your limit order entry price and the order's waiting on the books, like there's no way to easily modify the entry for it. You can modify the take profit and the stop loss that you set and add margin to it, but there's no easy way to just adjust the entry price. You essentially got to cancel the order and put a new one in. Yeah, it's really difficult to scalp with those types of accounts. Integrated broker is where it's at, because you can see everything. You can adjust your stop loss and take profits on the fly. Get ready for mass manipulation because we've got another 4 minutes to go for PPI. What are you looking at, Tom? You usually come up with quite a few hidden gems. Where's the next 100x? Where's the next 100x? See, look, it's putting in another little double bottom. Wants to have another crack. The manipulation is rife. We got 2 minutes to go. Oh, come on. Thirty seconds. Here we go. Here's the volatility coming in. Oh, there we go. There's the stop loss. Pending, pending. Oh, came in PPI month over month, come in lower than forecast. So we got stopped out on this one. Typical manipulation. Oh, well, that's why we don't trade news events. Typical, come up, touch my stop loss, and it'll come down to where my take profit is. That's that news event manipulation for you. Oh well, it is what it is. Still looking good across the accounts. We got these other positions going as well. I didn't hear an order filled on my Bitfunded either. Price is still consolidating at that same level. Now, isn't this amazing? So it's showing my orders down here, right? $0.08609 as an entry. And then we can see the current market price is higher than that, or it was before, but it was showing that I was in a drawdown. See what I mean about the lag? Like it's all over the place. I did pick up a little bit more of my order though, which is good. Not all of it though. And see if we can find any good setups. That better? OBS was glitching out for some reason. Look at that. Come up, manipulated, took our stop loss out, and then just went, nah, see you later, back down. This is a problem with news events, though. You'll get manipulation to both sides. It'll just wipe out positions on either side, and then it'll usually rip in one direction or another. I was hoping that we'd get our fill on our take profit before the news had come. We didn't quite get there. We stopped just shy, but that's all right. I was willing to risk $200 to make 400, so we've still got some skin in the game. We got the bricks holding this one down, so that's good. We make our money back on that one. The same for that one. So I think it's safe to put our stop loss here now, because that structure has been, we've basically put in that double top. And what are we looking like? Got sell, Stop loss will be 150, so it'll be about 260-ish. So we've got more confirmation now of the low coming in. Sorry, the top coming in. We got that nice double top. I'm gonna add another contract to that, I think. If it decides to come back and tag it, there we go. That was quick. So we got that nice double top there. We're below that resistance zone as well. Starting to roll over. Weakening structure below the VWAP, below the 9 EMA. We should start to see some movement very, very shortly. Price may get held up on this EMA though. Looking at that, I'm going to set an alert. How'd SEDS' hype short go? Oh, see, I told you it was going to go up. After it went down. No, I think this is looking really strong. You got really nice double bottom, good volume, high time frame confirmation. This should take out this previous high as a minimum, I would say. This one here. What was the other one we were looking at? ENA. It wants to bounce. Seven. So I think because this one, if you look at the entry price, it's 0.08609, and then it was sitting up here at like 6010, and you could see that it was in a drawdown. So I think that's like, instead of it giving you your P&L, I think it takes into consideration your fees as well, and that's what gives you that instant drawdown. So essentially I was like $50-$60 in fees on the open of that trade. Come on, man. All right. Well, it's looking like it's going to be another slow US session. We've been on the live stream now for 5 hours. I've been awake for far too long. So I'm going to cut the stream there. And I shall see you guys again on Tuesday. We'll recap and we'll recap on these positions, let you know how they played out, whether we made money or lost money on them. And yeah, we'll jump back on the charts on Tuesday and do some more scalping, look for some good swing setups on some crypto coins as well. Thank you to everyone that jumped on the stream. If you haven't already, subscribe. Make sure you hit the notification bell so that you can get a ping when our next calls are coming up. Also, if you want access to any of the tools, such as the position calculator that we've been using, if you go to the description, you'll see that there's a link to the Empire platform. You can go into the search bar on the platform, sign up for a free account, and just type in position size calculator, and you'll find this calculator. And you can use it for everything. You can use it for crypto, you can use it for Forex, calculate your lot sizes and all of that. So yeah, awesome team. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your night. Hopefully you guys make some money.